Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron. Alimony, good to see ya. And we are here to stream some EVE Online. So let's go ahead and get started. Good to see you this morning, Alimony. Almonxy. I'm going to call you Al, I think is what we agreed. So I quit butchering your name. Sorry about that. So this is Falstaff. Pretty sure I didn't do his PI. And morning, DLH. Thanks, Al. And pretty sure I didn't do his PI until after our mining event yesterday. So I still got a couple hours before it'll let me update it again. But we might pick up some stuff. So yeah, 3 hours. Because he's got a whole bunch of blocks, which are used for a bunch of things I do. Nature electronics and silicon, okay. So we should be delivering that silicon somewhere else. Microfiber shielding, what does that mean? Industrial fibers, which I don't think he's building, but one of my other guys is. Sorry I missed you guys, but prime shipping time. I understand, no worries. You're welcome every week, doesn't matter. Sometimes the real life gets in the way of the gaming life. I understand. I had the same problem. That's why I retired. So to stop that from happening, but didn't quite didn't quite stop it completely. Didn't quite stop it completely. Let's move this. So now we've got a whole bunch of silicon here. 15,000. Good, good, good. All right, we can pick that up. Or we can leave it there. What we got on here? Robotics. Yeah, I need robotics for something. I remember that. Here's where I'm building my guidance systems. Actually, I do need to bring those Tyrol structures over here because that's not getting anything done. So yeah, we can definitely go pick those up. So we've got Tyrol structures here. Let's go pick those up. Yeah, let's go pick those up. Oh, I'm still here. So that's going to cause a problem. Yeah, I'm not where I can pick stuff up. All right, so we will jump back. I think we got enough oxides now, so that's good. We got enough bacteria. That's good. Gardening chores the last few days with the heat and rain make stuff crazy. So, Al, glad to hear. I'm glad you did. You're always welcome to join us mining as well if you want. Everybody is welcome. No. Had a bushel of oregano down today and did grass cutting for the week. Excellent. Sounds like you're ready to relax. Sounds like you're ready to relax. Plasmoids is another one that I'm pulling. So where is my spreadsheet? know what? I bet you my spreadsheet is probably compromised. So we fleet up in you fiend. D-Locks dive. Yeah, so it looks like my computer shut down. But I don't think that's a problem. So I think I'm going to... No errors. Okay. Well, that's Philippine boxes. I don't want that one. Yeah, you fiend. Yeah, it's near Dodie, yes. Near Dodixie. And about 8 jumps from Dodixie, it's in Galente space. So. Nice quiet system. I have a jump clone here. And that's what I do is I jump back and forth, which in fact is what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to jump back to Venolin. Actually, let's see what we got here. Earn 50 manufacture an item. Okay, well, manufacture an item's piece of cake, so we'll go ahead and take care of that one. So, it would be nice to manufacture something I actually will need rather than something just to get the points, but... Oh, man, I'm running out of them. Alright. And my level 4 distribution one is actually closer here than it is in Venolin, so I'll go ahead and do this one. So it's in Billy. So yeah, it's in Billy. But yeah. So yeah, so you fiend, it's in Galente space, nice and quiet. That's where I'm at right now. I'm gonna actually jump back, but yeah, that's what I would suggest is dropping some ships here and getting a jump clone. That way you can kind of do whatever you need to do and then jump here when for the mining event, which is what I do. So sometimes I stay for the whole week, but not usually. My home system is in Caldari space, 6-7 jumps from Jita and Venolin. So yeah, I usually have to be there at least to pick up stuff or deliver stuff or sorted number of things. So, but yeah. Oop, I need to fleet up with Kragan. If I don't fleet up with Kragan, then he won't get credit. Definitely want him to get credit. All right. That's Doc. So my headquarters are near Orville. So it's good for me. Get to go home from time to time, other than the new G7 OB in Wormhole. There you go. FOB. GFOB. Gotcha. Yeah, finding a wormhole that goes between them doesn't happen very often, but actually Blue Gray is kind of our wormhole guy. If it turns out to be a wormhole, he usually finds it and lets us know. So that's at least good. Let me do this quick mission before I jump back. That way I can check him off the list. That'll take care of him and Kragan. We had an outlet in Billion last week. Oh, that's cool. That really helps. That really helps. I did pick up the stuff, right? Yeah, I did. I don't know why I can never remember. Vilna. There you go. I understand. I can't spell ever. And my pronunciations are really bad too. As Al knows. Since I've been butchering his name for a while. Especially with some of these system names. Holy cow.
Warp drive active.
Sorry, eating my breakfast. Eating my rice cakes, the puto with a little bit of cheese on top. Yeah, that's why Fleet Chat was invented, to cut and paste destination names. Exactly. 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 And no matter how I pronounce it, somebody's not going to get it, either because of my accent or lack of accent or... Yeah. Alright.
Warp drive active.
I'm really enjoying this Seattle's Best that we got from S&R. My wife got a big old bag, so I think this is going to work me out for a while. So, I grew up in Oklahoma with a mother from Michigan. I know about accent issues. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. My best friend back in Kansas City was Peruvian, and so I always had a field day with him. My company I was with for almost 25 years, I got invited to a whole bunch of meetings when I first started with them. And there were meetings that really didn't apply to me, and I couldn't figure out why they were inviting me to these meetings. And so finally, after several weeks of it, I was like, okay, somebody's gonna have to explain to me, because this really doesn't have anything to do with my job. Why am I being invited? And they said, well, his name was Henry. And they said, Henry's he's a genius. He knows everything. He's fantastic, but we can't understand a word he says. And you seem to understand him, so we need you to translate. I'm like, okay. But yeah, Texans, gotta love it. Hear me speak when around Texans, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I grew up outside of Philadelphia, and
Docking permission requested.
I was in Kansas City, I don't know,
Request accepted.
27 years. So I had lost most of my East Coast accent, I was told, but I still, every once in a while, when I would say water or things of that nature, because in Philadelphia and that surrounding area, water has an extra R before the T. So, and crick. That's what we call a small stream, a crick. Nobody could ever figure out what I was talking about, so code switching for the smart guy. Yep. Yeah, it worked, because I was like, okay, I've been invited to meetings for worse, so I guess that's not the worst thing I could be invited for. Yeah, he was best man in my wedding. I was best man in his wedding. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I've never really had a whole lot of trouble. Like I said, my wife is Filipino, so never had a whole lot of trouble with accents, but some of the Indian accents I really struggle with, especially on the telephone. But we outsourced a lot of our stuff to India, our desktop support and things of that nature out to India, and yeah, and that got hard. But what's up, drachenhort? Good to see you, buddy. We know about swimming in the creeks. There you go. Yep, swimming in the creek. Yeah, I lost most of that. But every once in a while the water will still come out. That's where everybody said they noticed it the most, was with the water. But yeah, my Henry, he had a very, very thick Peruvian accent. But I never had any trouble. But he's my idol. I'm just running around. I did doing my dailies. I think I just finished up the dailies for these two, and now I'm gonna jump him back to Venolin so I can pick up some PI. But yeah, I have no idea. I'm playing it by ear. But yeah, he learned English from watching soap operas and putting subtitles on. So he would see the subtitles in Spanish, hear him talking in English, and that's how he learned English. And I'm like, well, crap. So I've actually been trying that here, with the Filipino dialogue, and it's not working very well. So he's obviously smarter than me, because I'm like, yeah, that's not working. Y'all's a staple. Yep. Yeah. The kid just stares at me like I'm a stranger. Yeah, I understand that. My kids did the same thing when I would get around my siblings. So I've got 8 brothers and sisters, and to all of them I'm known as Ronnie, because I'm named after my father. And so I was always Ronnie, and that's where the Bond RJR comes from, Bond Ron Jr. And I was named after my father. May he rest in peace. And yeah, he got pretty pissed at me when I didn't name my son Ronald III, but I was like, yeah, that's never happening. I did want to name him James, though, and my first wife, his mother, would not allow it. Said he would be teased. We've talked about that before on stream, but yeah. Said he would be teased. So his name is Patrick James. Told him he couldn't go by PJ, because I knew a PJ when I was in grade school that ripped the wings off of birds. And so I was like, yeah, so I was named after my dad too, but I'm not a junior. There you go. But yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't like the junior. First day of school, when they'd announced my name, Ronald A. Bond Jr., everybody'd laugh. Ha 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 ha. Really? Yeah, well, I wanted James Bond. Actually, I wanted James Terrence Bond. So he could go by James Bond, or he could go by JT Bond. But she was like, no, he'll be teased. And I'm like, not more than once. But it's funny, the generation now has no idea who James Bond is. It's really sick. So, or Jim, yeah, Jim, yeah. But she was like, no, he'd be T. So his name is Patrick James. And so, yeah, well, he was about, I don't know, about 12. He called me. We were already set. We were, yeah, no, I guess we weren't. Yeah, we were already separated. Yeah, because there's 5 years between him and his sister. And his mom and I got married because she was pregnant with his sister. So, yeah, so he was probably 12 or 13. And he called me and said, hey, Mom told me you're responsible for my name. And so I wanted to know why you named me after a stupid starfish. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, the starfish on SpongeBob SquarePants is named Patrick. And he's an idiot. And I'm like, so Patrick, there wasn't any SpongeBob SquarePants when you were born. I said, you're not named after SpongeBob SquarePants, for crying out loud. I said, you're named after Patrick Stewart, the greatest starship the actor who played the greatest starship captain in the Star Trek universe. Jean-Luc Picard. And so then he kind of calmed down. But I said, but you were supposed to be named James Bond. And your mom wouldn't allow it. So you need to go and tell her, yeah, I was responsible for your name, but she vetoed me. Because she would have been super cool. But yeah, PJ, I knew a PJ when I was in grade school. He used to rip the wings off of birds. That's why I told him, no, you can't go by PJ. I've got a bad association with PJ, so. Yeah. But yeah, the good old days. But he is a Patrick. He probably wouldn't have been a good James Bond. We called him the Turtle when he was growing up. Because he never gets angry, he never gets upset, he never gets anything. He's definitely, I don't know where he gets it, because both his mother and I are, well, his mother's the devil, and so we've talked about that before, but yeah, we were both pretty high strung, and yeah, I don't know, it's like he got the passive gene from both of us, and so yeah. So, yeah, he was very annoying. Yeah. Well, and in his way, he was kind of annoying because he wouldn't stand up for himself. He never got upset. He never cared. Even now, I mean, he'll be 27 in August, and I call him and I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?" "Okay." "What's new?" "Nothing." "How's work?" "Good." I said, "Man, you're talking my ear off, buddy." It's like, okay, love you. Like, yeah, so he's just very even keeled. Definitely doesn't fit in the family because his sister is a lot like me, very high strung, very short fused. His mom is the same way. She was a little longer fuse. But yeah, he made a deal with his mom where he'll stay with her for the rest of her life, so she's not alone, and she pays all his bills, and so yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. So he never wanted to join in family group activities. Yeah, that's Patrick. Patrick never wanted to play any games. I said to him once, I said, "Hey man, it's a beautiful day. Let's go fly a kite." I used to love flying kites. "Let's go fly a kite." "Dad, I really don't like the sun." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, you do realize it's essential to life, right?" "Yeah, but it doesn't mean I have to stand in it." "Okay. Anything else you'd like to do? Anything?" I think I took him camping once, and he actually had a good time camping, but he was like, he started off miserable, like, because of course I took away his phone, and like, okay, no phones. We're getting rid of the phones. What? Yeah. But we had some guys there. It was funny because there were some guys there, and so we played what they called it, that beanbag game. What do they call it? You call it something in the Kansas City region that I've never heard it called before. But but it's that beam. You got a box with a hole in it, and you throw the bean bags. And so, but yeah, he was having fun with that because we had a couple guys camping next to us that they had one of those, and so we played that with them quite a bit and had a good time. But yeah, so. Yeah, we didn't have cell phones growing up. Yeah, our phone was wired to the wall, and you had to sit there. Any conversations you had to talk in front of your mom, which was like, yeah, there's no sense having a conversation if you got to talk in front of mom. Because that woman had no problem using whatever you said against you in a court of law. So help her God. So, cornhole, that's it, Al. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, cornhole. That was it. I had never heard it called cornhole before Kansas City, but yeah, cornhole. And yeah, so we played cornhole pretty much all weekend, and had hot dogs and did some fishing, and he had a good time. It was kind of a good experience. But then I asked him, I think we went for like the 4th of July or something, and I said, hey, you want to do it again next year, like make it a yearly thing? Nah, Dad, once was enough. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. But yeah, he's a unique kid. I say kid, but he's 27, so he's not really a kid anymore. But yeah, he's a funny one. He's a funny one. But yeah. But yeah, his sister's like the spitting image of me. She's the female version of me, which is kind of not a good combination. But yeah, she's a good kid too, cause she's 32. So yeah, so not a kid either. But and then I have a grandchild. She'll be 15 in August. So yeah, and she's more like her father, who God rest his soul as well. But yeah, we were not fans of him. So yeah, so that's kind of she looks just like him. So, but yeah, thank goodness she still acts like her mom. But all right, let's pick up some of this PI. But yeah, that's my pride and joy is set destination for these guys. Are we actually creating those there? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we need those here. All right, so let's minimize you. Let's make sure there's nothing in this ship, because that would be all I need to get there and find out I don't have enough space. So smaller, more sociable, totally different from her brother. Yep. Well, and actually no. So she's smaller, very sociable. Very sociable. She's got a real good head on her shoulders. I really gotta give her credit, because honestly I don't know where she got that either. But yeah, she's a real good kid. She'll always be a kid to me. But single mom, so she's raised her daughter as a single mom, and she's done a fantastic job of it. And but yeah. Yeah, her brother was always bigger than her for the longest time. Her brothers, my ex-wife's brothers were all, 6 feet tall. And so my son kind of got their size. Her dad was like 6'6". And so seems like he got that from her side of the family. And it's funny because, yeah, but he's just, like I said, we called him the turtle. And because he just never got excited, never got upset. I mean, he's a bigger guy, so he could actually do some damage. But he's just so even-keeled. It's kind of sickening, because it's kind of like, stand up for yourself, for crying out loud. He never stands up for himself. And I'm like, okay, that's your thing. So, but now his sister, on the other hand, she would actually stand up for him. I remember him getting harassed by some kids once. They had where they lived with their mom when we got separated. Actually, after the divorce, they had a pond, and he was out by the pond, and some younger kids were harassing him, and his sister went out there and beat the crap out of him. It was just like, and he was kind of like, "Why'd you do that?" And she's like, "Cause you don't let them, you don't let them pick on you, And he's like, "Why? They're not bothering nobody." And it's like, but yeah, she was just like, "Yeah, you don't do that." And he was like, "Why?" It was like, "Come on, you doofus." Hmm. Oh crap! I already did an expedited transfer. It's not gonna let me do another one. You dumbass. Actually, maybe it will. Nope. Yeah, what's it say? 1 hour and 29 minutes. You son of a gun. Well, that's a bust. Crap. Yeah, I needed to destroy all structures is what I needed. That's what I get for not paying attention. But yeah. But yeah, she beat the crap out of, and these were boys, older boys than her. And actually, no, they were younger than her. They were older than her brother. There's 5 years between them. And but yeah, it was funny because I was just like, "You did what?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna let somebody pick on him." And I said, "You pick on him every single day." And she said, "Yeah, but he's my brother. I'm allowed to pick on him. I'm not letting anybody else pick on him." I'm like, "Okie dokie." All right, well, that kind of hacked me off. We don't have anything else in Thudking. So let's go back here. We might as well pick up all this stuff while we're at it.
Warp drive active.
But yeah. So these are my miniature electronics I use for my drones and stuff. I also need them for some of the ones I'm building for the capital ships. But silicon is what I'm building mostly for the capital ships. I need a ton of silicon to build what I need for the capital ships. But I got to put it together somewhere. And none of my planets really have any room for putting together. So I'm probably going to use one of my secondaries to put them together.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, I'm gonna pick up all this crap, so that way I've got it all in one place. I got enough oxides now. Well, I think I got enough oxides. Let me check. 760. And where's the other oxides? I don't see any other oxides. Alright, now you're pissing me off. Here? There they are, up there. 460. So I need... Well, that's 1120. No, that's 1220. Yeah, so we should have enough of those, so... Alright, so let's go. We got 2 here, so let's go to this one.
Warp drive active.
Get these blocks off of here. Construction blocks I use for my Pro Raider and the Helios and all that crap. Those always, they're involved in all my stuff. Yeah, so I need coolant, so I really need to switch that other gas over to coolant because I need a lot of coolant, so yeah. Oh, I need like, I don't know, 36,000 something, I think was what I had estimated, so yeah. Customs office, work 2.
Warp drive active.
Alright, so we got those there, but what else? Precious metals, noble metals. Oh, so we're just building precious metals like they're going out of style. Are they all set up for precious metal? Precious, 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 holy cow. Well, we don't need to pull any more precious metals. We got it maxed out, but yeah, we want to move these precious metals. We need precious metals for something else as well, but for the life of me, I can't remember what. Mechanical parts need them, but yeah. So both of these are pulling? Yeah, both of these are pulling precious. I needed precious metals for something. I needed a lot more than that. Oh, I got them. I got 4 alts doing it as well, so, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I have everything I need now. Now I just got to kind of put it all together, and that's a logistic nightmare. That's a logistic nightmare. All right, what was I looking for? Precious metals, precious metals, precious metals. I needed precious metals for the biocells. That's where I needed the precious metals. Yeah. And I actually have quite a few biocells made, so on one of my alts. But let's pull these precious metals. Let's do an expedited transfer to this guy. Move the precious metals, since we've got a whole lot more coming. And then we will launch this. Move these over. That's where you get it. That's when you get the taxes. That's where you get it. Extraction taxes. That's what kills you. So. Alright, now we're going to go back to VentedOne. Alright.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, I got it covered. I just got to try and put it all in the right places. So that's where the key comes to, is the logistics. In fact, I think at the moment I probably have too much.
Warp drive active.
But better too much than not enough. Because I'm probably going to build another capital ship after this, so. I'm thinking about building an orca to sell. Or selling mine and building another one. Yeah, I can't believe I couldn't get that crap off of there. That really sucks.
Warp drive active.
X-Lax smooth move of the week. Yeah, I'm building transmitters here, and that's where I'm hurt, is with these Chiral structures. Because the storm planet can't build Chiral structures. Alright. So what do we got on here that we want to export? Nothing. There's another 100,000 precious metals. They're being used in something. Chiral structures. Precious and reactive. What do we got here? Precious and CI crystals. Okay, so yeah, no reactive metals. So we could have imported some reactive metals and that would have solved things. But I'm willing to bet. Oh yeah, that's where the robotics is built. No, those built with that. Actually, we could always drop the mechanical parts here. Is that what we're short on? Yeah, so we could drop the mechanical parts here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Because I don't think I need them all. these mechanical parts here. That's going to cause these robotics to get built faster. Because the mechanical parts were short. Alright, so that'll do that. I've got to do PI yet for all three of them. Yeah, I got one that I haven't set up yet. But other than that, I've got 5 tunes. I have it set up on 4 of them, so that's not too bad. Let's go to this one.
Warp drive active.
So I got them back on track. This is the one that needed a Tyrol structure, but I need to pull the rest of this water off of here. So let's execute. Actually, maybe not all the water. Let's leave 1,000. Well, guidance systems I need for something as well. That didn't run out of space. Why you make the run out of space one? Alright, and this one we're probably gonna run out of space.
Warp drive active.
Do you think PI is the easiest thing to skill train besides scanning? Probably. I got my guys up in next to nothing. I think I just used the 1,000 points that I got for free or whatever and was able to get them up to enough levels to actually start them sufficiently. Or excuse me, the 1,000,000 points. Yeah. The where was I headed? I got the oxides, I got the bacteria, I got the robotics. Yeah, I brought all these here because I was going to put them together here, and it turns out you can't put them together here. So, there's the oxygen. That's making the oxides, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're short of. So we could stop the noble gas and just do the oxide, because that's what we're short of. So, but I don't think we need any more oxides, to be honest. So we'll probably quit those. But let's get all these. Half of these I imported in, so this is really bad because now I'm backing it out. But I have a feeling. Yep, I don't have enough room. Of course not. Why would I have enough room? No. So we'll have to come back. But yeah, relic hacking, that's another good one that's pretty easy to train. So, but yeah, I think the main one you want command center upgrades to 5 so that you can do the highest command center. And then you could get away with the planetary interaction at 4.
Docking permission.
And then train it to 5. But those are the main ones. All the other ones are pretty good, so.
Docking request accepted.
Alright, so. I'm gonna have to contract some of this stuff. So you know what? Let's just put all these in my item hanger and we'll sort it out later.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so this expedited transfer I can't do again until... Wait a minute, that must not be the right one. Yeah, that's not the right one. That's why. Really helps if you click on the right one there, buddy. Nope, that's not it either. That's the one you just clicked on, idiot. I wanted to see how long that transfer needed to cool down. 1 hour, 13 minutes. Okay, so that's not too bad. We'll be around that long, so. Access customs office. All right.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, maybe I'll just contract all of this over to Rage and put it all together on Rages. Problem is, I'm probably gonna have to send him some money.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. So let's see what we got here. Stack, stack, stack. Okay, so we're not using construction blocks for anything, so let's put those in resources. All right. I don't think we're using the water for anything either, but let's see. All right. I really need like a bill of sale. All right. So I am making the biofuels on Kragan. But unfortunately, his is back here. So I'm probably going to have to jump him back too, which is kind of bad. So I have the super tensile plastics. No, I don't. Yeah, they're super tensile plastics. Yeah, so I need a lot more of those. Oxygen and biomass. Okay, I've got the oxygen. Yeah. I think I'm building that on the other guy. All right. All right, so let's go back here. What we were looking for. So we've got the organic matter. We need robotics bacteria. We need condensates, which we do not have coolant. Coolant we need. So coolant I got to build. I'm going to set them up to build coolant. That'll be today's one. Robotics were covered. So 138 robotics. So these extra robotics I don't need. So let's put those in resources. I need 138. We'll put these in here. Oop. All right. Check. Bacteria 920. There's the 920. Okay, so then I need the condensates. That takes care of that. All right. And then the silicate glass is a silicon and oxidizing compound. So the silicon can be transferred there. So that'll go to Rage. Nanites and biocells. We got the nanites working on the biocells. The precious metal is biocells. That could go to Kragan. I think he's already building them. But how many? We need 1560 biocells. Let me check out Kragan. So I'm going to switch over here to Kragan. his up. See, so it looks like we need 1560 biocells. What's it? How many biocells does he have? 1440. Just short. Imagine that. And nanites. But yeah, those are in vanillin. So he's going to have to come back to pick those up. But he doesn't have enough. What does he have on here? He's got the biofuels and reactive metals. So he's short the precious metals. No, actually, they're building. Yeah, he is short the precious metals. So we've got the biofuels. We got an excess of biofuels, but we're short precious metals. So if I bring those precious metals over here, that should solve that problem. All right, so let's do that. So let me jump him back, which I don't normally do. Jump clones, vanillin. Yes. We'll get him taken care of. Get this cleaned up. Alright, so he doesn't. Isn't that amazing? He doesn't have anything here to carry stuff with. Really? Well, I definitely need to build some more, stuff. Alright. Yeah, looks like we could have. We're in good shape for moving some stuff over to him anyway. So let's go to guest. Falstaff is here. Let's trade him. Alright. And actually, I am going to trade him my ship as well. So let's pick a different ship. Let's pick a different ship. What ship? Doesn't matter. I'm going to give him my ship. And I'm going to give him these precious metals. Oops, that's item hanger, not the ship hanger, you dingy. And these precious metals. Okay. And Kragan is going to give a whole bunch of other stuff. So let's give all of this. All of these. These. And save that. These. 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 And that. We'll keep the minerals because we're building stuff, but I don't know what that is, but we'll save it. All right. Except, yes, I know I'm trading a ship. Just going to trade it back, so. Except. All right. So then what we'll do is now we'll board this ship. Put these precious metals in here. And we'll take them to here. Oh, yeah, I don't need to pick up these biocells. So ads are getting ready to start, sorry. Alright, so customs office, warp to 0.
Warp drive active.
Customs office access. Yeah, this will definitely build us more than enough biocells. We should be able to switch this over to something else as well. So, you know what? I wonder. So the biocells, if I combine the biocells with nanites, that'll make the trans microcontrollers and the gel matrix paste. This is a... what type of planet is this? Barren. So I could build the higher class stuff on here. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. So let's give him the nanites. Let's give him the... oxides and the superconductors. I don't have the superconductors. Plasmoids and water. I did have some plasmoids. Yeah, we'll save those. We'll go ahead and put the transcranial microcontrollers together. So we'll give him the 800 nanites, and he's got the 800 biocells. We could give him the oxides too, and the superconductors. That would allow him to put some of the gel matrix paste together. Alright, so let's trade again with Falstaff. We're going to give him a little bit more. A little bit more. Alright. So we definitely need a nanite. So give him the nanites. Give him the superconductors, which we need to make more of those. Give him the nanites. Give him the oxides. I'm going to need 760 oxides, right? Where is it? Where is it? Yep, 760. Okay. And yeah, I don't have any plasmoids. That's the one I'm missing. That goes in ammo. With the water, do I? Maybe I do have plasmoids. Let's check. Probably not. I do have plasmoids. I am in like Flint. Plasmoids and water will make superconductors. So let's take 6,000 of these. Six, 0, 8, 0. Okay. Bingo. And water, which we have up here. Oh, no, no, no. Just the water, please. 6080. Okay, that'll make what I need for the superconductors. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So yeah, so accept. Accept. All right. So now we're going to import all this crap in here. Bing, 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 bing. All right. Now let's go. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. So customs office warp to 0. All right.
Warp drive.
Well, this is going to be expensive, but since this is a Baron, we are able to build the higher level stuff on it. So So let's access the customs office. All right. We're going to leave the biofuels. Oh, he's already got nanites. So what's that? 480. Excellent. All right, cool. It's actually not that bad. All right. So now what we'll do, let's go back and dock, because we don't need this. We'll give Falstaff his ship back. All right. And then we're going to work on this guy. All right. So technically, we don't need these anymore. So we could kill them. We've got a excess of carbon compounds, biofuels. So we could technically kill
Docking
these.
permission requested.
Now they're 9 minutes out of 15, so let's give it a second.
Docking request accepted.
This is bacteria. Why is that there? We're not doing any bacteria. We're not doing any bacteria at all, so that doesn't even make sense why we even still have that. So that shuts you down. Alright. That is actually producing precious metals. That is producing biocells, and we're going to move those precious metals in there, which means it'll just keep producing them. So yes, we could get rid of this as well. Nope. It stopped it. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll let them complete this cycle. It's got 5 minutes left, and then we'll kill it. So, Legomaniax, good to see you, buddy. All right, and so we've got 2 building biocells. Good, so that'll get those going. This one's not going, so yeah. So, and then this one's not doing nothing. That one is, so we could kill this one. We'll let that one build whatever's left. This one is doing precious metals. We'll leave that one because this one's going to have another reproduce here. So then we got those 2. Okay. So that bought us some production. So this one's got 218. No. 11. So it's got 3 minutes. A little over 3 minutes. So we'll let it complete. And then we'll expedite transfer these after we kill them, because this is going to give us a lot of power back, which will allow us to build some other structures. So that's good. How's things this week? Going pretty good. Going pretty good. I missed Monday stream. So yeah, that was hilarious. We were going to go talk to a contractor, and I've been bugging my wife to confirm that our bill of sale is legitimately registered. And she hadn't done that yet. So we decided instead to go do that, and we found out that it's not legitimately registered, as we figured, because the guy we're buying it from was crook. And so yeah, so that was kind of a bad day. But other than that, it's been going pretty good. So, but we are trying to figure out exactly how to approach him about it and confront him in his lie and get it resolved. But it's in the land is in the process of being rezoned from agricultural to residential, so nothing can be done with our property in any way, shape, or form until that's done, and nobody can tell us when that'll be done. So we're probably going to have to grease some palms to get that taken care of. But you know, what else is new? That's the way the Philippines works. So, but yeah, it's never a dull moment around here. So. But we're going to build, so we are going to build, we're going to build transcranial microcontrollers here. We're also going to build gel matrix biopaste, but actually we're going to do superconductors first. So the superconductors, The transcranial microcontrollers. I can build both of those now. I have everything I need for those. And then I can switch that over to the gel matrix biopaste. Okay, cool. And then I'll complete these biocells. We've got 1,600 biofuels, and we brought like 1,500 precious metals. So yeah, so we brought like 5,000 precious metals. So that'll take care of all those and get that all built. Plus, we're gonna extract more biofuels from here now because of this. This will complete here in another 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. And so yeah, so once it completes, I'll actually shut these down because it'll drop it off here, and then I'll kill these, and that'll free up a lot of power, which will allow me to put some more things on here. So we probably can do 2 of each and get those going, and maybe even do 1 of the gel matrix, because as those superconductors are created, and it'll build the gel matrix ones. So yeah, so the gel matrix biopaste is needed for the integrity response drones. So yeah. Alright, so I got the miniature electronics, I've got the mechanical parts. I don't have. Actually, I could have brought those too. Damn it. Made the planetary vehicles as well. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we go do that. I had a nickel. I had a hammer. I'd hammer in the morning. Let's trade. Let's see if he's got it. All right, switch back over here to Falstaff. So Falstaff. So in order to build the planetary vehicles, I need the super tensile plastic, oxygen and biomass. That's the one I don't have. But I have enough to build the planetary vehicles. So I need 760 of those. I need 760 miniature electronics. That I don't have. There's your problem. But I am building more miniature electronics, so that's coming. And then mechanical parts. I do have the mechanical parts. Right there, 760. So yeah, so I have 2 of the 3. But I do need more super tensile plastics. But those items, that's on one of my alts. I'm going to have to build those on one of the alts. So. All right. Yeah, we probably won't bother with those. Let's just focus. Let's focus. Let's focus. Yeah, let's focus. All right. So this one completed. So yeah, so let's kill this. Actually, let's make sure. No, it's not there. Why is it not there? It should have delivered it. What happened? So that cycle should have delivered. Oh, it probably did, and it kicked. No, it didn't. So how much did it deliver? 1.7. Oh yeah, that's nothing. That's not even gonna make one cycle. Yeah, so let's kill it. And let's kill this one. All right. Now that's cut our requirements drastically. So this one doesn't get enough. That one didn't get enough, but it's producing. That one's not producing, but that one is producing. Okay. So this one didn't get enough. It's still short, but that's all right. So we'll kill it. It's not producing. We'll let this one finish, and this one finish since they're both in cycle. All right, and then we're gonna build. So we want an advanced. And actually, let's do 2 advanced. No, let's do 4 advanced. Can I fit them here? I don't think so. All right, let's do 4 advanced. And the links. Actually, we could probably build a lot more. But let's start with these. All right. So we need the superconductors. So first of all, let's move all of this over there. Expedited transfer, create route. No, we don't want that. Expedited transfer to here. Now the question is, can we bring all of it here? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Execute. All right. So what that's done is that's caused these to be full, so they'll keep producing. So that's good. All right. And then here, I want to build superconductors. Superconductors are important. All right. Superconductors. And we're going to install. And then we're going to deliver here because they're going to be used for something else. Okay. And from here, we're going to take the water. Actually, no. Let's do superconductors here too. Install. Deliver. Create. All right. And we'll take these and we're going to say, so superconductors need water. And they need plasmoids. All right, cool. Submit. So that'll get those started. And so those have more than enough to produce, and they should produce all whatever we need. All right. And then here, we're going to produce transcranial microcontrollers. All right. And there they are. All right, and that requires biocells and nanites, so, which we have here. So we're going to do biocells. And nanites. Gel matrix biopaste. Excellent. Install. Create. That takes biocells, oxides, and superconductors. There you go. And so then we go here. So biocells, create. What was the other one? Oxides. Oxides. And superconductors, which I have a couple superconductors. So that'll actually get us started. Submit. All right. Bingo bongo. So that's producing that. So. And Actually, we're probably still good. Yeah, we're way good. So yeah, we could build multiple of each of those. So yeah, this might be the place we put it all together. So this is making the bio cells, which is good. That'll complete the bio cells and we'll have extra bio cells. This one we'll get rid of once it's done this cycle. And this one we'll get rid of once it's done its cycle. It's only got 6 more minutes. No, probably no reason to get rid of it. Because we will extract here later, but I could add more of each of these to build these faster. So once the gel matrix, okay, then planetary vehicles was the other one. So super tensile plastics is oxygen and biomass. We have, I don't think we have either one of those with him, but we have that on one of my alts. So let me switch back to Falstaff. So we got those started. So we'll let that go. Maybe we build a couple more just so it's there. Yes, it'll definitely. How long does this run? It runs an hour. And each one produces, says 5 units. All right, so 5 units per hour. And we're going to need superconductors. It's going to produce 760 divided by 5, actually divided by 10. So that's 76 hours. So yeah, so the more of these we can do, the faster it'll get done. Let me create 2 more of these. You know what? No, the biofuels is going to go for a while. So yeah, so let's do that. Advanced. Doesn't look like I put it in there. Nope. All right. No gel matrix. This is the superconductors, which is up here. It's a tier 2. All right. Plasmoids and water. Water's all the way at the bottom. Easy to find. Plasmoids is kind of in the middle. All right, that takes, so that cuts it down. So that cuts it down by another. So instead of 76 hours, now it's going to be what, 38 hours still. How's our power look? Oh, we got plenty of power. So that's 38 hours. If we cut it down again. So we've got 4 of them producing, so that's 20 an hour. 760 divided by 20. Ooh. Why is my calculator never here when I need it? 760 divided by 20. 38. I was right. All right. Thudking, what's up? It's actually cooled off a little bit because of the rainy season. It's raining here every single day. So, in fact, they're calling for rain here this afternoon. It's really cloudy every day. So that's cooled it off a little bit. Still in the mid to high 80s. I think one night we got down to like 77, which was kind of nice. But yeah, it's still progressing. So But that's probably, I don't know. I guess maybe, so the rainy season goes, I think, through December. So we can see, I don't know, maybe by the end of the rainy season, it'll actually be a little bit lower. But yeah. In fact, they're saying there's a tropical depression that could get escalated to a tropical storm right off the coast of where we live, Batangas province. And it's made the news, but I'm not worried about it. Batangas is kind of a weird province, so it has natural mountains which block most of the bad weather, so it keeps it from being a real problem. But even though it has these natural defenses, nobody lives here. And I've always asked my wife, why does nobody live there? And she said, well, because nobody lives there. And I'm like, okay, well, somebody's got to be first. I'll be first. And there are people that live here, but compared to Manila, it's like a minute fraction of people live in Manila, and Manila gets hit by storms, 3-4 times a year, and flooded and all kinds of problems. And so here they kind of have natural barriers to prevent that from happening. We have beaches, they've got a lot of resorts here, but they're inland beaches, so they're protected beaches, and so they don't normally get hit by storms. So then, of course, as soon as we move here, there's a tropical depression that's becoming a tropical storm right off the coast of our province that never gets them because we're inland. So, yeah. So, just kind of ironic, the definite definition of ironic. So, but, all right. So, these guys, that's the trans microcontroller. So, let's build. So, how many of those do we need? All right. So, we need 240 of those. And these are building 3, so that's 6 per hour, 6 per hour. 240 divided by 6 comes to what? 30 hours. So yeah, so this is about 38 hours. That's about 30 hours. So that's not too bad. It would be nice if I could cut all those. I definitely have the power, so that's not the problem. The gel matrix biopaste. Yeah. It's matte detection systems, transmitter, viral agent, polytextiles. Yeah, we don't have the viral agents. Why don't we have the viral? What the hell makes up biomass and bacteria? Of course. Which is something we could extract from here. Both, I think. Microorganisms make bacteria. No biomass. Nope. Yeah, that's only on the temperate. So yeah, we'll probably make the viral agents on there. But we could double those, which would complete those faster. Bring that down to 15 hours, so the problem we have with this one, so this is the gel matrix biopaste. That's one of the tier 3s that we need to make the tier 5. Tier 4 to make the tier 5. That one is definitely but we don't have the other tier 5, so that won't be a real problem because we got to put those together. All right, so we're gonna have the. Yeah, are we gonna have any extra biofuels? Probably not. Polytextiles. Oof. So we're gonna need to pull some more biofuels. Yeah, so we'll have to pull those. I think we're pulling them from somewhere else, so we'll just build them somewhere else. All right. Guidance systems I got. That's not a problem. Synthetic synapses is where I need the super. I have the test cultures. I don't have the super tensile plastic. Actually, I do, though. Shit. That's one I could have built. Because that would have allowed me to build those. Yep. recursive computer module. Damn it. But I already did a transfer. Let's see. How long before the next transfer? Expedited transfer to here. 4 hours, 16 minutes. Yeah, because I transferred so much. So yeah, so we'll leave that. So then let's make extra ones of this. Yep, let's make extra ones of it. Let's get these guys done faster. Because then we can throw other stuff on here. Okay, so that's done. And that's done. But I'm going to leave those because I'm going to pull more biofuels. All right, so let's make 2 more of these. All right. Advanced. 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 Create a link. All right. Oh. No. We want transmicro. Transmicrocontrollers. Transcranial microcontrollers. Oof. So that's a tough one to say. All right. And then here, in order to build those, we need nanites and biofuels. Okay. Or nanites and biocells. So there's biocells. And biocell. And nanites. And nanites. Submit. All right, so that's building those. So those are gone. So now we're building 12 an hour. We need 240. So that comes out to what, 20 hours. All right. Really should have been 15. All right. 240 divided by 12. It's 20 hours. Yeah. All right. If we add another 6, 240 divided by 18, that's 13 hours. Yeah, but even 13 hours is going to be, it's middle of night for me, so that's not going to work out. So, but yeah, I had heard you guys were getting some rain there as well, so some storms. For some reason, my Alexa still keeps giving me all the news for, Kansas City. I've gone in the Alexa app. I've changed my address. It says it knows where I'm located, but I don't know why it's doing it. So yeah, I'll probably have to figure that out here one of these days. But normally we get a little rain and random hailstorms. Yep. Yeah, that's what we used to get in Kansas City as well. So let me add another one of these because we still got plenty of power. So we may as well. I'm going to do 3 of these. Since we've got the power, we may as well use it. All right, and that's called gel matrix biopaste. That's it right there. All right. All right, and biocells, oxide superconductors. Biocells, oxide superconductors. Biocells. All right, oxides. Oxides and superconductors. Submit. All right. Now they're producing. All right, cool. That should be good. Yeah, we still got plenty of power, so this got me down to 38. Let's add a couple more of these. Superconductors. All right. Superconductors is a 2. All right, plasmoids in water, and we have enough to make all of those. So water's at the bottom. Plasmoids are in the middle. All right. So now we're building. So that's 5. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that's biocells. 3, 4. 5, 6. We got 6. 6 times 5 is 30. So we need 760 divided by 30. 760 divided by 30. 25 hours. Ugh, it's still long. All right, that's fine. Yeah, maybe we add a couple more. No sense in not using it. I've already paid for the power, so you cannot link a struct. I don't want to link. I want to. Yeah, there you go. So that would be 40. Plasmoids in water. All right. So now that should do 40. So 760 divided by 40. 760 divided by 40. 19 hours. Still not. But yeah, that'll get it done by tomorrow. Yeah, so we're out of superconductors here. So this next cycle's gonna wait until it gets production from these guys. But we're producing enough, so it should work. Because all these other ones are full. That one's full. That one's full. That one's not full. Okay. That one's full. Yeah. We got 4 doing gel paste. And they need the superconductors. So yeah. So actually, looks like we only have 3. Yeah, we only have 3. Okay. So that works. And I need 30 per hour. How many are we? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's actually producing 30 per hour. 7, 8. Nope, it's actually producing 40 per hour. Cool. So that should keep us ahead of the need. So that should get those done. So yeah, so these should all finish up around the same time. And then by then we should have everything else. Okay, so let's log him out. So he's going. And that's going to get us a bunch of what we need. All right. Then let's log him off. Wait, no, let's not log him off. Let's collect his reward first and then log him off. All right. Because we'll need to pick that stuff up tomorrow. So, all right, log off. Yes, I'm going to bring on my alt. This is the guy that's doing in the low sec. So maybe we'll go have him set up his stuff. Because we have several things there that we need. So let's look at his. All right, so he's got 19,000 silicon, which is not enough. He's got 21,000 industrial fibers, which is not enough. There's the oxygen. There's the biomass. That'll make the super tensile plastic. So we need to bring those together. And there's 18,000 of that. So we need the microfiber shielding. We need the other. Yeah. So we have the silicon. We could bring that out here for him. Let's do that. So we'll have Falstaff run this silicon out here. So he's got 19,000 silicon. Falstaff has 15,000 silicon. Not enough. That comes to 34, which I think I need 30. Actually, I think I need 32. So I think it is enough. 16,480 and 16,480 comes to 32,960. So almost 33. So let's say 33. Yes, so that should be enough. Excellent. What about... So that's the silicon. We're short on miniature electronics, but we're still building miniature electronics, aren't we? No, we're not. Actually, we were. We switched just over to produce that on CS crystals. Yeah. That's producing silicon. No, we stopped that. All right, what are miniature electronics? I do not have miniature electronics listed here. Why do I not have miniature electronics? Right, let's add them. They take... They take... Oh, I didn't switch you guys over. Sorry. Really? No, that's... I must have spelled it wrong. M-I-N-I. There you go. Helps if you spell it right. Here, let's just do it this way. All right. Silicon and chiral structures. Okay. Yeah, but that causes problems. We're building silicon and chiral structures there, so why are we not? Yeah, let's just set it up there. That's what I'm thinking. We have everything we need right here. my power-wise? I probably used all the power. That's probably the problem. Where is my command center? That's why I try to put it close, because I can't find it. Oh, it's over here. That's right. This is one where I moved so that I could get something else. Where the hell is it? Well, I know it won't work without a command center, so it's here. There it is, right there. Yeah, so power-wise, we're not going to be able to build one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have enough for an advanced. That's what I want, right? Yeah. Could get rid of that one, which would probably give me enough, but it looks like this one's keeping up. 1200, yeah. There's really no reason to have two. So yeah, so let's kill this one. And then let's add this one. There we go. And this one we're gonna do miniature electronics. Install. And we want silicon and Trall structure. Silicon, create route. And Trall structures, create route. Alright, so that'll produce those. We probably can't produce another one. Wish there was a way to be able to see the power without. Because I've got this command center all the way over here, which is kind of a problem. Maybe I could build another one. Advanced. Nope. Alright. Alright. Yeah, so once we get these guys, they're really not extracting very much, so. Silicon and Trall structure, so we could technically build those on the other one. Alright, so I'm going to have Falstaff, since he's got to haul some ore anyway, have him bring out these. So let's make sure we know what we need here. We need this silicon. $2.9. Oof. That means flying my prorator. Maybe not. Maybe not. What's this rock hauler? I need to haul ore back. But I don't think the PI can go in the ore hold. Yeah, mining hold won't do the PI. Yeah, it's only got 550. That's not going to work. Oh, I logged Kragan off without giving the ship back. Damn it. Alright, well that's kind of that's a bad one. What other ship do I have that could haul it? Yeah, those are way too heavy. Epithal. Epithal would do PI. Let's see. Yeah, but then I'm not going to haul it back. Yeah. Fuck. This is the problem with all these specialty ships. That's why I just like to fly a regular old, plain old So let's log. Let's log rage, or let's log shake him off. These are still running, so nothing going wrong there. Let's log him off and log Kragan on, because Kragan didn't get back his ship. Which we need.
Connecting.
This is why everybody has one of their own, but I somehow stole it from them for something else, and now I didn't do it back, so let's give that back, because we could give him the nanites too. So, all right, so let's... I can't believe he has no ships here. Where did all the ships go? All right, so let's trade. Give him back the Pro Raider. We don't have anything else to give him, do we? Nope. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I know I'm trading the ships. Not a big deal. All right. Forward. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? All right, so let's think this through. Let's think this through. We're going to take the silicon. Check. That's easy. All right, what else? All right, these go in other. Get rid of some of this stuff. The Skinner stuff goes in other. This goes in resources. This goes in resources. Ah, not in corporation. Crying out loud. God, I hate when it does that. Freaking irritating. All right. Actually, these go in other too. So the synthetic synapses we can actually build here. I think that's what we were talking about. I got the test cultures. I got the plastics. I need to build more plastics. Oxygen and the biomass will build plastic, so we're definitely going to do that with him. All right. So that means, what's the other one we need the plastics for? We need plastic for planetary vehicles and for the synapses. So if we're going to do that, let's take these. Okay, so let's take these 800. Let's do that. 800. And the 800 test cultures. Let's do that. Okay, that'll do the synapses, which will get those taken care of. I got the guidance systems. That'll take care of those. Check, check, check. Which gets the recursive. Alright. Got the gel matrix going. I need the planetary vehicles, which we'll build here. Viral agents. Viral agents need biomass. So maybe I ship some of the biomass back here, because I only need 600. I don't think I have any more bacteria. There's the 920 bacteria. Do I have any more bacteria? I do. I do. There's the 6,000. So technically we can make the viral agents there as well. If we take the bacteria. So let's do that. So 6,080. All right. We'll make the viral agents. We'll make the super tensile plastics. We got those. We got those. We're going to need biotextiles as well. Yeah. So we need a lot more industrial fibers. Yeah. All right, so the silicon makes silicon glass and microfiber shielding. Okay, so we'll get those made. All right, cool. All right, I think that'll work. So that gets him to making the super tensile plastics. No. That gets him to making synthetic synapses. Synthetic synapses. No, I'll put that back here. I don't want those. And viral agents. Yeah, he's going to make the super tensile plastics, so why would we not? Yeah, we should make these here. Yeah, let's keep these here. Yeah, okay. Actually, Rage has got more silicon. He's got more other stuff. Let's, you know what? Let's just do this. I got an idea. Yeah, let's not do this. Let's do... Put these back. Let's build these here. We need the biomass. I don't think Rage is building biomass. Alright, so we're building some microelectronics there. That's good. Okay, that'll take care of that. So let's look at Rage. Whoops. Let's look at Rage. Let's look at Rage. We're going to log off Falstaff. Rage has got a bunch of stuff going on, so let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's got. Excellent. All right, cool. All right. So he's got 11,000 silicon. He's got the genetically enhanced livestock. Yeah, so he's got all this stuff here. Let's just bring all that stuff back here. Because that makes more sense. We'll build it all here. Build it all here. We can build a bunch more on this temperate. So he's got 25,000 industrial fibers. And what's his face has got the other. So yeah, so let's have him pick up what he's got. Which he's probably going to need money for. And then we'll have Falstaff run to pick it up. Alright, so let's log out. He traded the ship back. Yes. We're going to have this guy pick up his stuff. Since it's low sec, we'll have him pick it up and get it out of there. So we'll send him to Ufine. Actually, what do we got here? Let's get his dailies first. Actually, I think he's good. Yeah, but we could go ahead. Yeah, so he's got a manufacturer. We'll do that one. So let's do a mission first. Agent. Start conversation. And actually, we should probably... Oh, Rage is there. Yep, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so let's form fleet. Yes. This way we can double that up. All right. Say set destination. Accept. Item hanger. Go. Dock. Close. All right. Close. Close. Actually, we'll leave that up. So, sorry, ads are on. Damn it. Project took me as far from where I needed to go as it could. Never a dull moment. We'll get this one done. Yeah, that's not gonna be able to bring that back. I need a hauler. I need a big time hauler. I need a big time hauler. Welcome back from the ads. I didn't see Jerry Can today. Jerry Can, are you out there? Might be the first day I didn't see him. I'm gonna have to check on him if he's not out there, because he's always there. And that'd be kind of scary if Jerry Can's not here. There he is. There he is. I knew I could count on him. Thanks, buddy, for being here. He didn't have to remind me about the posting on Discord, so that's probably why I didn't hear from you. So, Arking, there you go. I got to give you credit. You really stick with those games. You really stick with those games. I got bored with Ark quite quickly. Though I probably should give it another try because they probably made some drastic improvements. So that's part of the problem is when I get bored with them. They I usually don't get to see the benefits of their continued stuff. So all right, so that took care of Rage. So now I can collect his. Alright. Yeah, we're going all the way back. We're not going all the way back, are we? Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Alright, so I probably don't want to pick up these, but... So, I've got your genetically enhanced livestock. I've got the enriched uranium. I've got enough. So, genetically enhanced livestock, I need 2060. I have 1960. That's kind of weird. Why am I not producing more? Sounds like something I should be producing. Proteins. Lots of proteins. What are we waiting on? No biomass. So biomass is the stopping block there. Yep. Okay. Which is funny because that's where we have the other one. Complex organisms makes proteins. Planktonic colonies makes biomass. Okay. So 115, 163. Yeah. So yeah, they're not producing much. But I do have a bunch of biomass from him. Yeah, the biomass and oxygen. I think we'll just bring that all back. We'll just extract it. All right. I didn't put that down. Silicon and roll structures. Need 760. Roll structures is a problem. Maybe I extract those from that lava one as well. Yeah, maybe I extract those from that lava one as well, because that could make a bigger difference. So, all right, so we got this guy. We're flying him. So Rage is done with his stuff. So actually, I probably should log him out.
Warp drive active.
Did I collect the stuff? I think I did. Where is... There it is. Yeah, so I didn't upgrade this one the whole way. So we could go ahead and upgrade it some more. One five. Yeah, it's not pulling hardly anything. Yeah, this is the bigger problem. So yeah, so this guy's producing. This guy here is producing in low sec, but low sec's kind of risky. So I'm just gonna have him produce the tier 1 stuff or the tier 2 stuff, and then export it all out and produce everything else somewhere else where it's less risky. Because the extraction is really the key. So he's extracting way more than the high sec extraction. So I think I'm going to set up some more extraction. Drachenhort. I always produce all stuff in high sec on a barren planet. Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
Warp drive active.
That's what I'm thinking. The problem is I want to try and produce as much as I can on the same planet so I don't have to export it all, but Baron uses a lot less CPU and power. I didn't realize that. Okay, well that's good to know. I did notice that with Kragan's, because his is a Baron, and it's using a lot less. Where the Temperate was where I was planning on doing it with Rage, but yeah, maybe I'll just do it all with Kragan. That means, though, I got to keep Kragan and Venelin.
Drive active.
Which, either that or I set up a barren planet for Falstaff, which is probably not a bad idea. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to get this stuff extracted. And then just pick it all up and get out. And then I'll have Falstaff haul it all home. Because he can make a pretty good trip.
Warp drive active.
Especially with his Pro Raider, he can make a real good trip. But I'm afraid with all this stuff, it's going to be multiple trips. What's it show? So 3,600. I think I can do 20, maybe 12,000. So yeah, that's probably not going to work. If each one of them is that. Deluges rock for transporting stuff to and from PI stations. Deluges. Okay, I'll have to look into that.
Warp drive active.
DELUG. Yeah, he definitely doesn't have the skills, but Falstaff probably could. Actually, he only needs Upwell Hauler, which is really not that bad. That's kind of shitty. This guy just started, so one jump. Ooh. Yes, I can. 2 million.
Warp drive active.
Now the bigger question was, whoop. Yeah, I'll look at it here. 40K M3 hold. Cool, cool, cool. I'll look at building one. But first I gotta train him. Actually, you know.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so you figure each one of these is going to be like 36. And that's, is that 5 or 6? That's 6. 6 times 35, 36. 3,600 times 6. 21, yeah. That's going to be over my prorater, definitely.
Docking permission requested.
This oxygen and biomass, I wonder if I should put those together. Oh, come
Docking
on.
permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I don't know why this thing warps so far away from the damn station, so. Alright, so let's do this. Oop. Deliver. So that's his daily. Claim, claim, claim. Get him some more money, so that's good. This exports are gonna cost him, so you can skill it so quick. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, so I actually bought the skill book. I just got to go pick it up. And it's only one jump from here, so I'm going to go pick it up now.
Warp drive active.
FBI, open up!
ProcrakGamer, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate the raid. Definitely give him a follow. Definitely. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Raiders, welcome. Raiders, welcome. We're doing a little bit of everything, but we're trying to focus on some PI and get some PI stuff taken care of. I'm trying to build some capital components, and I have PI needs for the capital components, and I prefer to build everything myself, so because I'm cheap.
Warp drive active.
And so, but yep, good to see you, ProcrakGamer. How was your stream? But yeah, I'm producing with this guy. I'm producing some PI. I have I have a main and 4 alts, and so I'm producing PI on all but one of them.
Docking
And so
permission
this guy's
requested.
producing
Docking
in low
request
sec, so
accepted.
I'm gonna go pick up his PI here. So good stream, good stream. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. But I'm gonna actually train this to level 1 if it'll let me. Yep, prerequisites are already there, so that's cool. In fact, what I'll end up doing is I'll end up applying my skill points. Actually, I probably have skill points in there, so let's see. Pause. Apply. There you go.
Skill training completed.
Alright, so he's already trained. Alright, so now we're going to go to Euphene. And then from Euphene, we'll jump over to this one. So I got a new ship unlocked, which is the Upwell Haulers. So that's weird. It usually minimizes everything. There you go. A hauler. Squall. And then the tier 2 is a deluge. So, yep. So I'm pretty sure I actually build the squalls, so I should be able to build the deluge as well. So I just had to get some VPs for it. So but yeah. So we're gonna try and pick this stuff up. Oop, I guess I should close the ship tree since we already looked at it. Oh, that's weird. Well, it looks like it's in some kind of a weird state now. There we go. Alright. I don't know what's going on. Maybe because I opened it so many times. Flipping it back and forth, so. Coffee's all gone. Bad place to be. Bad place to be. Still got over an hour left. Might have to go get me another cup of coffee, so. Whoa, 37 minutes till the next ad break. So yeah, so the next ad break I'll go grab a cup of coffee if I remember, hopefully. If I remember.
Warp drive active.
Alright, so here's my PI. So really want to see no gate camps today. That's good. Duplicate. So from Euphene to ALA CHENE. There you go. Yeah, secure's not gonna work. There are no kills there. All right, so let's go ahead and jump here.
Warp drive active.
What kind of throughput? I only got 9,000 in this, so I'm gonna have to make multiple trips. But that's good. That's probably makes it safer. So. Yep. There we go. All right. So, how many people are here? 5. So, customs office warp to 0.
Warp drive active.
We should be able to pick up 2 of them. Alright. Customs office warp to 0.
Warp drive active.
Oh. Alright.
Warp drive active.
That's 4,000. I need to set these up so they actually send it to right to the landing pad, because then that'll make it easier.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Alright. Throw these in the item hanger and go back.
Warp drive active.
Nobody in Ufine except me. Jeez. It's definitely a quiet system.
Priority 1 message coming in on secure channel.
Definitely a quiet system. Hey.
Warp drive active.
$22,000.
Do not attempt to adjust your display or sound. What you were experiencing was the join of planetary interaction. I click fest of epic proportions on your mouse that can induce carpal tunnel in the hand.
Hey, Caviar, how you doing today?
Warp drive active.
Oof. That's 7,000. I'm not going to get that out of there. What about this one?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that'll work. We're gonna have to grab that one by itself because it's double the size of the others.
Warp drive active.
Actually, how much is that one? Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, you know what? Customs office, warp to 0. Let's try this one.
Warp drive active.
It's smaller. I won't be able to get it all, but between it and the other one, I might be able to get it. Keep moving. Keep moving. Don't stop. Don't stop. Otherwise, it would take me another 2 loads. One for the oxygen and one for the other, but we should be able to do it this way.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so that's 1, 2. So we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. We should be okay. Alright. Go drop this off.
Warp drive
And we'll go back
active.
and pick up the oxygen. Excellent. I think I'm going to add to this one to do Chiral structures as well. Because if I do Chiral structures as well, that'll solve a lot of my problems back in high sec. So.
Docking permission requested.
Never gets close. Never gets
Docking
close.
permission requested. Docking 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 request accepted.
Alright. We'll jump back here. Let's jump.
Warp drive active.
Set destination so we know where to come back to. We need to go to oxygen, these two. Did I not pick him up? I thought I picked him up. Yeah, I did. It just produced some, that's why. Okay. It just finished producing. Just finished producing. Trying to fool me. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground. Customs office warp to 0.
Warp drive active.
Actually, I didn't need to do that. Customs office access. 7396. I think I'm good. Either that or it's going to be really close. Alright.
Warp drive active.
One, 272. Yep, I think we're good. Oof, man, it's going to be close. Let's go home.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, I think I'm going to set that one up so it'll produce the Tyrol structures as well. And that should work out. Send them all to the landing pad, then that way I don't have to worry about the expedited transfer. I can just export, export, export. Planetary introduction, Clickfest, epic proportions, will carpal tunnel. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Alright, so Rage is done with his. So let's switch back to Falstaff. Actually, Falstaff has got a squall. Wonder if I bring a squall here. So we already got his. Done. Done, done, done. That's good.
Docking
So
permission requested. Docking request accepted.
his. So it already stopped? No, it didn't already stop. It's still running. Guys. So, Jacob, let's drop these off. So, okay, that works. So he's done his. And his PI will need to be renewed, but that won't happen for another hour or so. So we'll get that taken care of. Okay, so we'll leave him logged in. Now we're going to switch over here to Rage, and we're going to log him off. We're going to log Falstaff back on. Because we're going to have Falstaff do some fancy delivering. Fancy delivering. Fancy delivering. So he has a squall, but I thought the squall had. Yeah, the squall has something else. It doesn't. It has an infrastructure hold. So I think that'll hold it, right? Will that hold planetary? Yep, full blocks, planetary commodities, refined ice. Yeah, that'll work. Will it hold ores? No. Squall has more space, but can't use stealth. There you go. Yeah, so I definitely want to get to the deluge. I don't think I can build the deluge yet, though. Oh, I do have a deluge blueprint. Get out of Dodge. And I have a squall. Let's see how close we are. Not so bad. Not so bad. I definitely like the stealth. That would be good. But these really aren't bad. I already have the squall, so I could just throw it in there. So I think I gave you some along. Yeah, it looks like you did, because I didn't think I had them. But yeah, thank you for that. So yeah, so let me make a run now, and then I'm going to work on building this, because this won't be that bad. That's a pretty simple one. I already have the squall, so we'll just build. And I'll just leave it there. Yeah, we could probably leave it there. What's it got as a normal? And technically, I really don't need the stealth, because I'm all high sec, though I got to go through some gank places, but I definitely prefer the stealth. But yeah, we'll work on that one. We'll work on that. DevilDogFighter, is there good fitting for the sigil? So I've never flown the sigil. I use the sigil to build the Pro Raider, and that's what I fly. So the blockade runner. So, but I have a bunch of sigils that I use for building, but yeah, that's all I use them for. So resources. There you go. And I think I'll actually, yeah, so we're flying the squall now, so it's got regular 3,000 regular, so yeah, so I could probably carry some of that ore too. So, and fuel for orcas classified as infrastructure too. Cool. So yeah, I did mention that. It said that it had, when I looked at the info, but it doesn't allow ore. That's one of the reasons I usually do the Pro Raiders, because it just carries everything, but capacity infrastructure hold is 63, regular capacity is 3,000. So yeah, so but let me check this one. So yeah, so Devil Dog, I don't fly the sigil, but like I said, I build the Pro Raiders off of the sigil, so probably a similar hold to that. The Pro Raider though has a cloaking module and several other things, so that's what I use it for. So yeah, I use it to build the Pro Raiders. So Deluge has teeth as well if you like missiles. Wow, I didn't know you. So you could put guns on it as well. Well, that's pretty good. That's kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and fly this one out there. Well, I didn't want to close that. Let's set this to you, Fiend. Set. Unfortunately, this probably isn't going to fly as fast as the as the Pro Raider. But we'll see. I could probably add some stabilizers on there that might help it align faster. One of the ones she has some of those on there. But yes, it is very close to the Pro Raider. So yeah, so other than the cloak, the Pro Raider has a cloak, and that's why I fly it, is because if I do happen across the gate camp, I can get through it with the Pro Raider. Where the sigil is, sigil's kind of dead meat, so. And I tend to fly through quite a few of the gate camps, so. But yeah, so that's what you were saying. So yeah, so that one I think I'm definitely going to use this squall to build the deluge, because Yeah, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. And honestly, that wasn't that slow. So, that wasn't that slow.
Warp drive active.
I mean, it wasn't pro raider speed, but it really wasn't that slow. Like I said, if I put some stabilizers on there, I probably could improve it. But yeah, I definitely like the cloak. And then if it's got missiles as well, that would be nice. Just in case I can't get out of it with the cloak, I can always then fight back. Because we usually, once you start fighting back, they panic. And they're like, oh shit. They're usually not built for defense, they're built for tackling.
Warp drive active.
So let's see, we left at 12:20. So we'll see how long it takes to do the 15 jumps. Yeah, that's not bad at all, to be perfectly honest. The Deluge might be my new favorite. The only problem is it can't carry anything, which is what I like the Pro Raider for, because it can carry anything, kind of like the Sigil, you know. But I probably could put some. I should have probably put some on here. That makes it paper thin, though. If this thing got hit, it wouldn't last anyway. I bet you that's charged. I bet you that's charged. I gotta constantly remember to charge both of my phones. No. But yeah, I like the cloak. I do like that. Do like that. But yeah, this isn't bad.
Warp drive active.
I was expecting it, since it looks kind of like an orca, I was expecting it to align like an orca, which, you know, like go get a drink and come back and maybe it'll last, but I think I got mine to 3.5 align speed. Okay, so that's not bad. 3.8. Yep, that's not bad. Yeah, this one's not doing bad at all. So, like I said, this is... And I probably could have put some expanded cargo holds on there to actually get its regular up, so that I could have actually carried more, so that wouldn't have been so bad either. So though that it doesn't slow it down, it just doesn't speed it up any. It makes it paper thin. So here's where I'm coming up on my my bottleneck. Up on my bottleneck. Up on my bottleneck. BettieRayge. I am not new to Eve. I've been playing Eve for 23 years. Thanks for the follow. I started Eve shortly after it went live. It went live Memorial Day weekend 2003, and this character here was born in September of the same year. So yeah, been around a long time. So been playing it since the beginning. So I have left several times. So I haven't played non-stop for those 23 years. I took several long sabbaticals because CCP pissed me off, but I have been playing for that. So yep. Yeah. It's probably, I think if we figured it out one day, it was like somewhere between 13 and 15 years. So, but yeah. We did it based on that, so. Yeah. Yeah, they're notorious for that. So. And now they're talking of selling it again, so the owner's planning to sell, so not sure what's going to happen after that. So, but we'll see. It's not the first time it's been sold, so. So, I don't really have a favorite part, to be honest. I do a little bit of everything. The only thing I don't do is I don't do PvP, because I suck at it. Literally suck at it. And, even when I try to defend myself, I usually don't do it very well. But yeah, I would consider myself mainly an industrialist. I build a lot of ships, a lot of tier 2 ships that I sell for a profit. And now I'm starting to get into building capital ships. And so I started building mostly just for my own ships, which was very strategic because I didn't want to buy them off the market. And then after that, I started, once I stopped losing as many and I had extras, I started selling them. So this would be the second time I sold. Yep. That's why I said it's been sold before. So yeah, it's been sold before. So, and that didn't affect it then. So. Not sure it improved things or hurt things, but yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, so we'll have to see how it turns out, if he even finds a buyer. So. I figure he'll find somebody. Somebody will probably take it off his hands. He may have to sweeten the deal, but he'll probably get somebody to take it. So, but yeah, industrialist is probably what I would say is what I do the most. And that's what I'm working on now. Is I'm doing PI. The capital ships have a lot of PI components, and so I'm hauling some PI stuff that I have produced to haul it back to where I build. But I do missions, I do research, I do invention, I do it all, except for PvP. There's an awful lot of other streamers that do PvP, so I got plenty of those. But I kind of cover everything else, so.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, we'll have to see what happens with the sale, if he even finds a buyer and how that affects it or whatever. They've kind of made some poor decisions with splitting things off with Vanguard and Legion and the new one, Frontier. So, and I think that's kind of cut the support base. So I teach newbies to get into PvP basics and things that will make them miss to go into null. That's good. That's good. That's excellent. Yeah, that's mostly what most people are looking for is PvP. So it kind of brings out that element. So, but yeah, that's the one thing I don't do. In fact, I'm part of Team Mothership, so on the same team, streaming team with a Narcos and Serpent Power, who are both big PvPers, and they keep offering to teach me, but yeah, I'm like, yeah, I don't think it'll work. So yeah, it is Pearl Abyss selling it. Yep. Is that a female? Maybe that's a female. Maybe that's what you were implying. I don't know. I don't know them personally. But yeah, they were the one who bought it 10, 12 years ago, I think. So, Might have been longer than that. It's been a while since I looked, so. But yeah, Drachenhort, this guy doesn't do too bad. I got 3 jumps left, actually 2 jumps left. So I made it to 15 jumps in less than 15 minutes, so not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Warp drive active.
Not bad at all. Looks slow, but it isn't. Yeah, that's the weird part, is it really does look slow, and it's not. So that's like you said, that's the basic one. So yeah, like I said, I will definitely step up to the deluge because I would prefer to have the cloaking and some of the other defensive features on there, so that I can just in case. Just in case. Always good to be prepared, even if you don't need it. Well, unfortunately, I have to go through one of the largest gate camp areas in the game, so, which is always frustrating. You just never know. But yeah, the cloak has saved me more times than I can count, so. I use it to shuttle my PI from nullsec. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, I haven't got brave enough to do mine in nullsec yet. What's up, Fugma? Warren Buffett. I wish I had that kind of money. Yeah, they used to say that we need to recycle so that we can save the planet for Betty White and Warren Buffett, right? But I think Betty White passed, didn't she? Just recently. I checked that. Man has compound interest from his bank from the... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, he's definitely not worrying about money. Nope, she died. 2021. Oh, yeah. 2021? I thought it was closer than that. 99 years old.
Docking request accepted.
99. You know, that's kind of a shame. Once you get that old, you think you'd at least want to make it to 100, right? Make it to 100. All right, so my ads are getting ready to start here in about 50 seconds, so I'm going to run and grab another cup of coffee. First, I'm going to trade with Jacob. All right, Jacob, let's trade. Let's trade. Let's trade. Oh my goodness, you got all kinds of junk. All right, all right. Save those. Oh, come on. Okay, cool. All right. Why did you shift up there again? Good God. How many skill books can I get that I already have? Alright. You, 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 you. Yeah, let's leave all those. Alright, cool. Accept. Alright, ads are on. Let me go get a cup of coffee. I will be right back. Alright, let's stack. Stack. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we're gonna leave that. Alright. Cool. I'll be right back. 8 seconds. And it's getting hot out there. Sorry about that. I actually pissed away the whole ad break by moving stuff to my ship, so. Alright, so let's check our gate camp situation. Make sure it's still clear. And it is. Set our destination. Set. All right.
Warp drive active.
That's one of the things that's nice here is the since it's so hot, the coffee never ever really gets cold. Where back in Kansas City, my coffee used to get really cold. I have to heat it back up again. Real pain in the butt, especially since my cup is kind of metal lined, so I can't put it in the microwave. So that would always cause issues. So,
Warp drive active.
but yeah, well, that's kind of nice. Never ever gets cold. Never ever gets cold. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make another trip in order to get all the rocks, but I'll bring the rock hopper from DevilDogFighter, which would be good because then I can do a round trip and not have to worry about bringing it back, which is what I usually have to do. My mouse pad is off. I don't know why.
Warp drive active.
So we do have a washing machine here. My wife's been doing the laundry, which there's a lot of laundry services here. So doing the laundry is really not cost effective. You want to say hi? That's a no. Come on, Abigail, you want to say hi? Are you going to lay down? Okay, lay down. But yeah, it's really not cost effective here. And so it's kind of weird because she doesn't want to pay somebody to do her laundry, do our laundry. And so she does it. But then she complains about doing the laundry. So it's Pope Gregory the First. Yeah. Pope Gregory. That's an old one. That's a really old. Now you're dating yourself, Fugma. Now you're dating yourself. Oh. But yeah, so it's kind of weird. So, but anyway, she has this drying rack. So we have a washing machine, but we don't have a dryer. Tell her to make you a ham and Swiss Samite. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, so she has this drying rack, which is super long, and it's metal. And so today, because of the rain, she brought it in off the dirty kitchen and brought it inside. So of course it takes up our whole kitchen. And so this morning I tried to take it back outside, and normally we use two people to take it outside. Well, I tried to do it by myself, and somehow it ended up bending in the middle and breaking. And so now she's all pissed off at me because I broke her drying rack. And so I'm like, okay, well, we'll just buy another one, number one, which is not a big deal. But number two, it kind of comes back to the same point of, you know, if you got to hang up the clothes for 2 days because you don't want to buy a dryer, which I was like, let's just buy a dryer. If you're going to do the laundry, let's buy a dryer. And she's like, no, that's a waste. And I'm like, yeah, well, sitting here and having clothes hanging all over the house for 2 days is kind of a waste too. So where when you pay the service, you take the clothes today, you pick them up tomorrow, and they are clean, dried, and folded, which she hates folding laundry. So it's kind of a win-win-win-win-win. Plus we're helping the local economy, you know, and so, but yeah, it's been a constant back and forth with us. So yeah, we'll have to see how that ends up playing out now that the drying rack has been compromised by accident. I'm sure she thinks I did it on purpose, but I honestly didn't. I didn't expect it to bend. I mean, we moved it several times. I think it was because I was moving it by myself that somehow it got compromised. I don't know how. I still don't know how it got bent. But once it bent, it crumbled. And so yeah, so it was kind of ridiculous, but yeah, it's always interesting. So but yeah, between the what they charge, I think they charge $3 to do your laundry. So a whole set of laundry, whatever you take for the day, is like $3. So we actually live in the province. So we're here in the Philippines, and so we're in what they would call probably what you would call a town. It's called San Juan. It's San Juan, Batangas. But it has fast food places. It has kind of that kind of stuff. But it doesn't have anything like I can't buy Scotch tape. I can't buy things of that nature. I can get meat. I can get vegetables. I can get, different kinds of things. But I can't get laundry detergent. I can't get things of that nature. So it doesn't have any what you'd call, I guess, like a Walmart or convenience type store. That's 2 hours away is the closest one of those. And so I would call it a town is what I would describe it as. But yeah, I mean, you can get all the things you need for essentials to survive. You just can't get any of the things that you need to thrive, And so yeah, so anytime we go to Lipa, which is a major city, they have what they call Shoe Mart, which is SM, and then they have the S&R, which is like the Filipino equivalent of a Costco. And so anytime we go there, we try to multitask and do multiple things because it's 2 hours each way, at least, depending on traffic. So it's at least 2 hours there. If you go really early in the morning, if you end up coming home right around lunchtime, it takes 3 to 4 hours to get home. So, but yeah, so it's one of those. It's kind of an all-day thing, and so, but yeah, here you can kind of get, and we have laundry here in town because people do that, as their business. But they charge $3, So we take it there for $3. They wash it all, they dry it all, they fold it all, and they give it back to us the next day. You got to take it, drop it off. You go back the next day, pick it up. It kind of a no-brainer. But yes, you could hang it outside. My wife doesn't like it because there's a lot of bugs. So the bugs get on the clothes. There's also a lot of smells, and she's very sensitive to smells. She's got a lot of allergies. And so like the detergent that we use has got to be, the free and clear detergent so that they don't aggravate her allergies. She gets got a lot of skin conditions. And so from that perspective, in America, when we lived in Kansas City, I did the laundry, and I did all the laundry, and we always used the Tide Free and Clear, and we dried it. We had to use this unscented dryer sheets and all that kind of stuff, but hypoallergenic, yes. And so, and the services here will do that. You just got to tell them ahead of time. But like, she doesn't like to hang it outside, like on a clothesline, because I bought her a clothesline, and she's like, yeah, I don't want to hang it on a clothesline because all the bugs will get on it. It's also rainy season, so it pretty much rains every day, so you really can't hang it on the clothesline. And so, but she has this drying rack, which, I mean, it's got to be, I don't know, 10 to 12 feet long. And it's metal. And, it really didn't look that sturdy to begin with. But I guess it had some kind of support beam that must have fell out this morning when I was moving it. And that must be why it got compromised. I still don't know why. Only one side got compromised. But man, when it bent, so she hangs hangers on it. She puts clothes on hangers and then hangs the hangers on it. And then, and waits for it to dry. And she keeps it out on our dirty kitchen, which is covered. And then, of course, when it starts pouring down rain, like it does every day, she brings it into the kitchen, which means we can't move around our kitchen because it takes up the whole kitchen. And so it's like, okay, well,
Warp drive.
But But yeah, so I've been trying to talk her into it. And I'm like, well, if you're worried about your delicates, when we could still wash the delicates, our underwear. We could still wash our underwear in our machine. That's not that big a deal. She's got special hangers for those. And so we could wash those, and you do that once a week, no big deal. And just send everything else. But yeah, I haven't convinced her yet. And so, but now that I accidentally broke her drying rack, we're either gonna have to buy a new drying rack or we'll have to try something else. So, but yeah, but she's not quite speaking to me because of me breaking her drying rack this morning. So, which I'm pretty sure she said she moved it yesterday by herself. Which, like I said, it's like 12 feet long. So I'm wondering if maybe she actually compromised it a little bit yesterday, and then when I moved it today, it was just the straw that broke the back. But I don't know. Like I said, it didn't seem like it was going to be a problem, and of course trying to get it through the door and and all that. 'Cause this is so long, I had to renegotiate it and all that. But yeah, I still don't know how it broke. But it broke right in the middle. It just, the metal bar just bent down from the hangers hanging on it, pulled it down. And I'm like, I still don't know how that happened. Because even the support was in the middle, so that wouldn't really help that bar. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. But yeah, so she's pretty upset with me because of that this morning. So I'm like, okay. So. But she's always got something she's upset with me about. Any of you who are married know how that works. So yeah. But best thing that ever happened to me. But yeah, she gets upset for the slightest little thing, and she stays upset for the slightest little thing. Where she does a lot of stuff to piss me off, but I'm usually over it in about 15 minutes. It's kind of a guy thing. She was talking about her brother yesterday and how he gets angry with his friends, Barcata, his group of friends. And she said, yeah, he gets angry with them sometimes, but he kind of forgives them. And I'm like, yeah, that's a guy thing. We get angry with our friends all the time, but we don't stay angry with them. That's stupid. Staying angry with them's not going to accomplish anything. I said, we get angry with them, we stay away from them for a day or two and calm down, and we get over it and we move on with our lives. They didn't do it on purpose. They didn't. And so it's funny because it's so much different between the men and women when it comes to that kind of stuff. Because there'll be several times where she'll be mad at me 3 or 4 days, and I'll ask her, do you even remember why you were mad at me? And that doesn't matter. Yeah. Sorry, if you can't remember why you're mad at me, you shouldn't be mad at me. Because it obviously wasn't that important. No.
Docking request accepted.
But like I said, there's quite a few differences between the genders. So that's just one of them. So their ability to never ever be warm is or never ever be comfortable is the other one. We have not changed the temperature in our bedroom since we got here. At all. And for some reason, she keeps wanting me to change it because she's like, 1 minute she's too hot, the next minute she's too cold, and I'm like, it's the same temperature. Day in, day out, it's set at the same temperature. The air conditioner runs 24/7, 365. It's not changing. She's like, need to change it. Yeah, I'm not changing it because as soon as I change it, then it's going to be even worse. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny. And she was that way in Kansas City too, though. So, Kansas City, the temperature actually fluctuated quite a bit, so that was understandable. Here, temperature doesn't change at all. It's always hot. Yeah, it was funny. I just mentioned earlier somebody asked about the weather, and I said it was actually getting cooler, but it seems to be super hot today. So they're calling for rain about 2 o'clock, which will be in about another hour. But I don't know. It is cloudy, but it's not as cloudy as it has been. So I'm curious if it's actually gonna. If the weathermen here are the same as the weathermen in the States. They get paid a whole lot of money. I don't think they make as much money here as they do in the States, but they get paid one of the highest paid professions, and they're never ever right. So yeah, I think it's a universal truth. Weathermen, yeah. They do the best they can, but nature can't be predicted, right? I know in Kansas City you couldn't really predict more than about 12 hours, and all bets were off. They would always warn us about some major storm coming next week, and I'm like, yeah, I'll believe that when it gets here, because it's like...
Docking permission requested.
Well, I had a nickel for every time they told me there was going to be a major storm. So there we go. That was 42 to 56, 14 minutes. So, and I actually made one stop. So that really shouldn't count. But all right, these are resources, I think. These are other. These are resources. These are other. Resources. Other. I have all these skill books. It's amazing. So I guess this whole air program now is given a whole bunch of skill books that you end up needing prior to them giving them to you. So you end up buying it, and then later on it gives it to you. So, which is kind of ridiculous in my opinion, but it is what it is. All right. So now I am going to figure out what I'm going to send to Rage. So actually, let's go back over here. Let's log him out. Log off. Yes. And we brought Kragan back here so we can go ahead and trade through him. So we don't have to do a contract, which will be nice. Alright, so let's trade. Alright. Biomass we definitely need. The fibers we need. Oxidizing compound, oxygen, silicon. Test culture. We need viral agents. We need these guys. We need the oxides. All right, let's start with these. We can always trade more. Oops. We can always trade more. Now I'm going to log out Falstaff, and I'm going to bring on Rage. Rage against the dying of the night. Actually, I probably should have gave him that squall too, now that I think about it. Alright, so let's trade with Kragan. Reagan. Biomass. This. Okay. That should work. Alright. Now the problem is I don't think he can carry any of this stuff. Because this stuff is not... Well, I don't know. Let me see. What is his cargo capacity in the runner? 12,006. Alright. That's 7,000 right there. 3 is 10. Yeah. 4. Yeah. Just gonna have to make multiple trips. Alright, let's figure out what we're going to build here. And then we can figure it out from there. So we need the microfiber shielding and the silicate glass. We could build those both here. So that means importing in silicon. And not all of it. All right, silica glass is oxidizing compound. So we'd have to bring in 16,000 oxidizing compound, which we have. There we go. We need 16,000 silicon, so another 5,000 silicon. There you go. That would work. That would make the silicate glass. Then we could take the other silicon and import it down here. He's got 13,000. We take the other 3,000 and we make the polyamerids. That's the industrial fibers. And then the industrial fibers is here. Yeah, that's the temperate. That's really where we're gonna probably put most of the stuff together. All right, so how much time we got left on this? 11 minutes. Well, man, couldn't have timed that better. Well, that means that actually Falstaff is probably done. Kragan is probably done. So let's check out Kragan's. Because Kragan should be done. Very close. Actually, this one's just building because we took everything else down. So that one's good. How are we making out? They are producing and they have enough to produce the next section. Excellent. They are just producing and no tomorrow. Oh, they're sending the biocells there. That's not good. Yeah, we need to fix that. Delete route. Create route to here. Alright, where's the other one? There. Alright, that'll work. Alright. Alright, so that's routing them to the right place. Okay. So that should take care of those. So the superconductors are all being used. There's our gel matrix biopaste. Excellent. There's our transcranial microcontrollers. Excellent. And the synaptic synapses. Yeah, that's the one that's... Alright, so they're working. And now we'll just let them keep working. Right, this guy... Oh, these are all the... Yeah, so we don't need to worry about him because we've turned this all into the other. These are the wormhole ones, so I don't care about those. Okay, cool. Alright. So Rage, she's going to come up here in about 11 minutes, okay? So let's think this through. So we want to put 5,000. 16,9. What do we need? 16,480. Yep. So let's say 5,000. Let's see. Put 5,000. Actually, that's in Thudking, isn't it? So, yeah. Alright. 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 It's not going to hold at all. Alright, so what do we decide here? Silicate glass. It's going to be oxidizing comp, so we're going to build silicate glass here. We're going to build... polyamerids here. And microfiber... Nope. Polyamerids here. Microfiber shielding here. So we'll put some more silicon here. So silicon here, rest of silicon here, fiber shear, no. No, that's not right. Yes, that's right. So a little bit of silicon here, a lot of oxidizing compound here. So that's in Venolin. So we could do that one first. All right, so microfiber shielding. Silicon industrial. So we need 16,000 silicon here. Let's just do 16,480, right? So let's get rid of the rest. Cancel. All right. There. All right. Because that's in Venolin. And that's in Venolin. Polyamerids, that's going to be this shielding. So we need 16 of that. So 14, 12, 9, 59. We need here, we need 16, 16,480. All right. And here we need 25. Oh, he's actually got more than enough. Okay, so we're good. Ugh, I tell you. We need a little bit of silicon here and oxidizing compound, which we have. But that's in Thudking. So we're going to do those last. This one we're going to deliver. So we're going to deliver silicon here. We don't need any fibers there, and we're going to deliver fibers here. Right? Yes, oxidizing compound and fibers here. Okay, so let's go. So the industrial fibers are going to go here. Silicon's going to go here. Oxidizing compound will eventually go there. We need to leave some oxidizing compound here. Okay, cool. All right. All right. Customs office warp to 0. Okay. Yeah, I don't want those there. So we'll leave those, but we're going to put the silicon there to make the microfiber shielding. Right? Yes. And then here we're going to do some oxidizing compound and some silicon to make the some industrial fibers and some oxidizing to make that one. Okay, cool. Oh my lord. Okay, where are we at? 5. Vanillin 5. Okay. So this is the one that needs this. Alright. We're going to do this. Transfer. Alright. That takes care of it. Okay. And then here we're going to customs office warp to 0. We're going to balance that out. $16,480, so we need 300, 3,500. Let's say 3,400. Let's say 3,400. Okay, and this. All right. All right, 16,480, 16,480. Excellent. So that'll take care of that. And then this one we're actually going to take back there. So let's go dock. These are the only, I think they're the only 2 in Vanillin, right? These guys are in Vanillin, but they're making something else. So, all right. So what we can do here is we can transfer these guys. We do expedited transfer here. We're going to transfer 16,480 and 16,480. All right, execute. And we're actually going to buff this up. So let's add this, upgrade this. Upgrade, there we go. Submit. We're going to build. Basic, advanced. We're going to build advanced, advanced, advanced. All right, this one is building microfiber shield, right? Microfiber shield. Silicon in that. We're gonna send that here. No, this is the temperate one, right? Yeah, this is the temperate one. So let's send it here. All right. So that's going to create 20. We still got more. Let's create a couple more. That's 30. Let's see if we can get it to 40. There we go. All right. All right. All right, these guys are all created, okay. And then here, industrial fibers to here, industrial fibers to here, industrial fibers to here, industrial fibers to here, industrial fibers here, industrial fibers to here, industrial fibers to here, industrial fibers to here, silicon. All right. All right. All right, so that's going to produce 80 at a time. We'll go ahead and extract these again since we're already there. Not that it's going to make much difference, but they're not very much. But what's up, millintarctrooper? Good to see ya. Beep beep. So that should create us 80 per hour. All right, cool. So 80 per hour, and we need 2,060. 82, excuse me. Clear. 2060 divided by 80. 25 hours. All right, cool. Cool. All right. Sorry about being a bit of a disappearing act. No, you're all good. You're all good. Everybody's got a life. I understand completely. Oh, my Lord. My rear end is starting to hurt, so my good old chair is not helping. So, okay, so that's that one. And then let's look at this one. So we're going to do the same thing with this one, except we are going to, let's go ahead and restart this. Oh yeah, that's completely burned out, so let's go over here. right, let's try that. Get that started, so at least it's going. All right. Now we're going to do expedited transfer here. Boom, boom, execute. All right. And this one, oxidizing compound and the fibers makes polyamerids. All right, so then we're going to produce the polyamerids. So advanced. Oop, wait, we got to upgrade. Nope, it's already upgraded. Cool. What's wrong? How come we don't have no power? Because we're extracting too much. Yeah, that's not good. All right, so let's stop this guy. We gotta wait till it gets to a minute. All right, I'm gonna get rid of all these. I don't actually want to get rid of the thing, so. Yep. All right, so now that should give us a lot of power. Okay, cool. So let's go and do advanced. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. And let's see if we can get them all linked. I knew it. All right, so let's just get rid of this. We'll add it back in later. All right, they're all in there. Submit. All right. Now we are going to polyamerids. Install. Industrial fibers, create. Industrial fibers. 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 All right. Oxidizing compound. Oxidizing compound. Oxidizing compound. All right, boom. So that's creating 80 as well. So that should get us. Actually, that's creating 40. Yes, not 80, 40. 2060, yep. So that's actually going to be 50 hours. So that's going to take a while. All right, so we'll get that one going. So, all right, so that's those two. Restart extraction. I just got rid of the extraction. There's no extraction there. All right, these guys, we should be able to, let's check them out. So I don't think I have enough of these, so I need to extract some more. So yeah, that's not working. We're gonna come down here. I hate when it does that. So it's just trying to piss me off. Start. All right. All right, start. Submit. All right, that's that one. This one. All right, let's do the other one first. I don't want to exit out the whole thing, damn it. All right. So yeah, pretty much every day I gotta move this stuff around. Especially here in high sec. Because it's pretty sketchy. Right, start. That one's still pretty good, so we're just going to leave that one. Leave that one there. Submit. All right, cool. That's got that going. So we need 2060. So he's got enough enriched uranium. We do not have enough genetically enhanced livestock. We're about 100 short of those. All right, here's our rocket fuel. Rocket fuel, we do have enough, so we're in good shape there. That looks like that's still good. Oof. All right, start, submit. There's the rocket fuel. All right, that one we already took care of. So yeah, so now we're gonna usher this stuff. So we want the silicate glass, which is that and oxidizing compound, right? We need some more silicon. what do I got in my hangar? I got that. And I need some silicon. Alright. Alright. We could also build something else there, right? We could do what? Oxygen and biomass, maybe. Alright, so I need, let's say 5,000 silicon. Alright. I need 16,000 of the oxidizing compound I don't have. What the fudge? Okay, well that should actually be 23. Okay. Where's everything else? We got a whole bunch of stuff over here. I see. What the heck's going on over here? So that's building all that. So maybe we get rid of, oh, how much is there? 20. Yeah. If we pick that up and build another one over here, it's not building any oxidizing compound. This is all reactive gas. Yeah. We took that out, so let's take these out. Yeah. All right, let's get rid of this. And this. And this. And this. Yeah. And now we build these over here. Basic. Ooh, what happened there? No. There we go. Build. Basic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God, that scared the crap out of me. Let's connect these first. All right. Can we build another one? Probably not. Nope. Okay, cool. All right. Oxidizing compound. Cool. Oxidizing compound. Oxidizing compound. Nope. No. All right. And here. All right, let's try that. Let's try that. VentedOne, thanks for the raid, buddy. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Came right in during the ad break, so sorry about that, but all right, so that's going to get those processed, which should process all of that. So yeah, so for some reason, I don't know why I wasn't processing that. How are we doing power-wise? There it is. Yeah, we're maxed out power-wise. No way to do a big transfer. But we could probably, I don't think we can expedite. Yeah, 4 hours. So we could come back here and pick this up. Where are these delivering to? No, those are all delivering. Are they delivering here? Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't want those going there. I don't think I can build a... Can I build a second launch pad? Maybe I can. Never tried. Never tried. Yeah, so other than it being too high, it could. Oh, come on. Is this maxed out? That is maxed out. Good. Yeah, because we got everything being delivered there, which is kind of bad. So late for me. Thanks for looking after my folks. No worry, VentedOne. Yeah, sorry about the ad break. Bad timing, but yep. But yeah, glad to see you. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. Appreciate you guys doing some PI. So trying to get that taken care of. So, and I'm a little short of what I was expecting to have. So I don't know how I came up short, but never a dull moment. So wonder. Yeah, I'm a little short. Mostly because it's not producing over there. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do here. So once we're done with these, I think we'll tear this down and we're actually gonna shift over here where it's better to build. So which is what we should have did in the first place. But we weren't paying attention. So but once these are built, we'll be good. But that's gonna take a while. So alright, so yeah, we'll do that. So that's gonna be a little short, but that's alright. We'll work it out. All right, so there's our 15, which is short. Got that. But let's go ahead and put the other one together. So we need super tensile plastics, oxygen, and biomass. I think that's the one we want. Super tensile plastics. So if we look here, item hanger, oxygen, and biomass. Excellent. So 6,080, 6,080. Yeah, 6,080, 6,080. Okay, so let's do 6,080, 6080. Okay. And 6080. Okay. Take care of that. What else do we need? Viral agents is biomass and bacteria. I don't have the bacteria. I didn't trade that. Actually, let's see. Does Kragan have the bacteria? He does not. Alright, so we can get that later. Precious metals. Precious metals go into the biocells, which I think we're covered for the biocells, so that's not a problem. But we do need the polytextiles. So, alright. What's with the test cultures? Test cultures and super tensile plastics, so yes. So let's take the test cultures as well. Because that'll get us to make it all the way to the synaptic synapses. Alright. We'll make the super tensile plastics and then make the synaptic synapses. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's deliver this to this guy. Set destination. We got all these restarted except for this guy. Doc. Alrighty, so. I'm going to go deliver some materials to this one. Unfortunately, we are a little bit short, which I'm a little disappointed in. Didn't realize I wasn't building, which is kind of disappointing. Kind of disappointing. He does not have a Baron. Does not have a Baron. So yeah, once we get this finished, we'll end up raiding somebody and calling it a day, but I want to get this all set up. I need to restart all my other ones. Actually, we probably could log Kragan out. Bring on Ray or Jacob.
Connecting.
So he can restart his. So let's go here. Customs office, warp to 0. Okay, we're going to drop all this stuff off here. Restart. What's up, Devil Dog? Hey, so over you live, they sell Cough, Sony PlayStation 1, PS1? No, they actually sell the latest one. I think, what are they up to, PS5? Oh, I can get a PS5 here. It's expensive, but it is available. So it is available. I'm going to keep that one there. So we want the silicon, we want the oxygen, we want the biomass, we want the oxidizing compound. Transfer. We probably could have transferred the test cultures too, but we'll save that. All right, so let's get out of here. Get back while we work on this. I want the old one so bad. Now, I'm sure you could probably get the old one as well. But yes, they definitely have the newer ones. I saw one just the other day. I was when I picked up my Starlink, the place there was selling a PS5. But it was $600, so but again, that's really good. They have the new one too. Yeah, so, but I'm pretty sure you probably could get the old one fairly easy. They recycle a lot of stuff here, which is kind of nice. So you get a lot of that, but I'm gonna cut this one down. So let's kill this. All right. That's saved us all our power. We don't really need those anymore either, but I'll save those. So now let's do advanced. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 3. So hard to see on this lava planet where the damn thing is. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let's try that. That's not, yeah, we're nowhere even close. Okay, and then we need also for that other one. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. Let's try that. All right, link, 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 link. All right. So then we're gonna do the first one. So hold on, let's transfer all this stuff. Expedited transfer. Oh, submit. I knew there was a reason I wanted to do that first. So we're going to transfer this here. So the oxygen and the biomass are going to make the others. The silicon and the oxidizing compound are going to make the silicate glass. So execute. All right. So let's do silicate glass first. It should be a tier 2, right? Yep. All right. And we're going to put that. Let's put that here. All right, that's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then that's 4. So let's do these guys for the other one, but let's do those first. Okay, so that is oxidizing compound and silicon. Okay. Oxidizing compound. Oxidizing compound. This has got to be the most boring thing to watch. Sorry about that. All right, so that's got one of each, right? And then silicon. All right, cool. Get those started. So, but yeah, I haven't had an urge to buy one. But yeah, they do have them here. So, and then we need to build. So I think I'm going to add 4 more of these. So let's do basic. No, we don't want basic. We want advanced. Do advanced. That's 4. that's 8 of those. All right. And we need to link them.
Caldari crates come cheap, but they paid for in blood. Report illegal Caldari assets to federal authorities.
Okay.
Bring us the
Submit.
truth, we will deliver the justice.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't count. And this one is going to be crap. This one is going to be the super tensile plastics. Install. And that's going to go here because we're going to use that for something else. All right. Let's actually build one more. Install. All right, cool. And then oxygen and biomass. All right, so biomass. I have a feeling I'm missing some.
Austrian Supreme Court casts to see our Federation's justice in action. Justice may be blind, but democracy is transparent.
We'll see. Oxygen. It'll actually light up if it has both. So if it doesn't have both, I'll know. In case I missed one. So far, so good. All right, submit. All right, so that's 10 of those. So that's going to build those guys, and we should get that produced here pretty quick. So, oops, I probably should actually dock. So. All right, so we got the silicate glass and the super tensile plastics. Excellent, 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 excellent. All right. Now his is all restarted. Was actually going to start Jacob's over here, so. Yeah, that's not very good. I think I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to rebuild this one. All right. Yeah, let's start. I'll do it next time. Ooh, I didn't do that one. Yeah, stop. Stop in the name of love. All right, now start. There we go. Submit. All right, that'll take care of that one. So yeah, I'm just gonna have these guys do extractions. And then I'll just ship it out of here and build it somewhere else. All right, let's try that. Because it's still way higher than anything I can do in HiSec. Ooh, that's what I was going to do with that other one. I was going to extract the Chirol structures as well. Yeah. This one definitely needs to be moved. Al, thanks for the subscription. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I really need a different sound effect for subscriptions versus follows because I thought that was a follow. And I was thinking, he's already following me. Thanks for the sub, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's go back to this lava one and start extracting Chirol structures. Come on. There you go. All right, because I don't think I have it maxed out. Let's see. There's our thing. Yep. So let's boom, boom. Upgrade. Commit. Let's build. Let's scan. That's fine. Come on. CS crystals. There we go. We could build one right here. We could build one right here. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Let's zoom in here. That's going to give me 2, but it's not. We'll build it up there. Build it over there. Yeah, let's just build it right here. Extractor. Put it here. That'll give me both of those. Link. All right. Bit. These guys really don't seem to be producing that much. So what are we expecting? 4,000. So that's really only 2 every 15 minutes. So that gives 9,000. So that would be 3. So let's switch the other 3 to this. So yeah, let's switch the other 3. So this one's empty. So let's kill the incoming route. All right. This one's not running. So we're going to actually reappropriate it completely. That one's got a little bit in it, so we'll keep using it. That one doesn't have nothing and it's not running. So we'll reappropriate that one. That one's empty, not running. Yeah, so there's only really 1 running. So yeah, and that one's running. But this one has a little bit in it, so we'll leave it going. Okay, so actually, yeah, we'll just put this route back. Yeah, so we'll have this one, they're going, and this one has a little bit in it. And then we'll switch the other 3. Okay, cool. But this one, we're going to do Chirol structures. All right. I want to see how many extractors I can get. Okay, so first I need to do the 23 hours. All right. Let's see how many extractors I can get. That's it? 3? That freaking sucks. But then again, with 3 extractors, I'm still going to pull more than I usually pull on the other planets for all of it. So, all right, let's make this routed. So routed to here. Create. All right. Submit. And then here, we're going to make this roll structures. I'm not sure where they're sending it. Let's send it there. That one's got a little bit in it. Raw structures. That's why I never reuse stuff. It's because it takes more effort. So, all right, we need non-CS. Create here. Create. All right, we'll give that a try. That should create us some Tyrol structures as well. There's our silicon. All right. Perfect. Not necessarily perfect, but good enough. All right, so let's close him. So he is here. Good. He's good. So let's switch back over to Rage, because I think Rage is the one. All right, so we've got a bunch of biomass, precious metals, silicon. So we're really short on the oxidizing compound, which is kind of a problem. But we are producing it over there, so we should be able to get that result here tomorrow. So, because it'll produce a whole bunch of that tonight. So, okay, so let's stop and apply. All right, start again. Get that going. We already got his air stuff, and we got his PI taken care of. Excellent. Okay, so we should be in good shape. All right, so let's see who we're gonna raid. I don't even know who's out here today. A Narcos is there, so we'll go ahead and raid a Narcos since he's part of my team. But we appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. We'll be back on tomorrow and completing this PI stuff. So appreciate you guys being here. Let me get this raid set up for Narcos. Take care, Devil Dog. Appreciate you. Al, appreciate you. Thanks again for the sub. TheVentedOne, appreciate it. Thanks, Raiders. Caviar, Millant, appreciate it. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night, day, whatever it is for you. And I will see you tomorrow. Thanks again.